good time zone, and a happy birthday to all of those around the world. Back for lore, back for a lot of lore. Because I've been thinking, I've been theorizing, and I've also learned some and very important pieces of critical information I was lacking. Because as it turns out, although I say turns out, I always knew it to be the case, but the simulated universe had a lot of important lore. Even before Amphorius was released, it had important lore that correlates to Amphorius. So like, I learned some things from that and realized I was missing a lot of important stuff. Still not gonna play the game mode. I just can't be bothered. But I intend to go watch some videos or something. Hopefully someone explaining all the lore in the game mode. But outside of that, there's some other things. Where to start? Should we just start with the biggest thing, the craziest thing I'm going to propose to all of you today? Something that I have not seen anyone else propose. It's close to things other people are talking about. And I don't follow too closely to the community's lore discussions, to be honest. But I've not seen anyone talk about this. So, a while ago, I think even maybe back in 3.3, maybe even before 3.3, at some point, but around there, not too much later than that, someone pointed out a really interesting observation. Something that I forgot about. I don't think I ever talked about it. But, you know, the Chrysos heirs and Amphorius, one of the big things about them that is talked about, but isn't ever really explained or come up really in any important, like, event, really, but they talk about it a lot, is that the Chrysos heirs have golden blood. Probably the biggest lore implication for that is the fact that during the Chrysos War, the cleaners and stuff hunted down people with golden blood. That's how they knew they were Chrysos heirs, right? That's how you know you're a Chrysos heir. You have golden blood. Well, outside of Amphorius, there's someone else who has very obvious golden blood that I didn't think about. You don't see them. Like, I think we saw them once officially in the game, but they do have golden blood, and there's very interesting and direct correlation to what's going on in Amphorius. Nanook, the Eon of Destruction, very clearly has a golden blood sort of thing going on his chest. And, of course, we know that Amphoreus at this point is some sort of like prison. Well, it's a scepter from Emperor Rupert, but it's like a prison that is housing a Lord Ravager. The Lord Ravagers are, of course, the emanators of destruction. It's a pretty big deal, although not like the fact that it's connected to destruction isn't so much the big deal, but it's interesting that, yeah, the Chrysos heirs have golden blood, and the Nook has golden blood. So why do the Chrysos heirs, some people on Amphoreus, have this sort of correlation going on? I've talked about the Chrysos heirs. Like, the Chrysos heirs are confusing because there's a lot of Chrysos heirs, but only some of them are actually Chrysos heirs who can become Titans, and that's not really explained what the difference there is, but they presumably all have golden blood. But some of them are more important. Of course, the Trailblazer is from outside of Amphoreus, doesn't have golden blood, but we do have a Stellaron, which is a thing of destruction. So maybe that's why we could become the Chrysos heir of Orynyx. I don't know. That I just thought about right this second, so maybe that's the explanation there. But what I actually wanted to talk about, this is not the big reveal, by the way. The big thing, my big theory. Just take a look at Nanook here. Just take a look. Let me cut him off so I can fit him. See his face, see his hair. Now look at Phynon. They have very similar hair. Sure, Nanook's is longer, but they have the exact same sort of bang style going on. I propose to you that Phynon, the protagonist of Amphoreus, is Nanook. Now, perhaps you might say that doesn't make sense. Nanook already is a person, as an Eon outside in the galaxy destroying things, right? And I say that is correct. It doesn't make sense. But maybe there's some weird timey-wimey stuff happening with Amphoreus, where Nanook does exist, but Phynon is also Nanook, or maybe more realistically, Phynon is the Lord Ravager. I know I've been saying March is the Lord Ravager, but that's just a joke. I think it makes more sense that he could be the Lord Ravager, but then I was looking at Nanook and realized, hey, wait a second, he looks just like Phynon. is it even more than just that? Is he actually Nook? Is Amphorius some sort of like reflection of Nanook's past, right? Nanook became an Eon after his home planet was destroyed. Apparently, that's the lore, right? Now, I believe there is a name for his home planet. Yeah. Adlevoon is apparently, but it starts with an A. Like Amphorius. But yes, that's why it's like maybe he's not literally Nanook, but is some sort of like, it's all like, because Amphorius is in the real world. It's a manifestation within the scepter. But Phynon could be some sort of manifestation of Nanook. Or as a Lord Ravager is like is gonna be like he's like the Lord Ravager, like some sort of copy of Nanook. I don't know. But that's what I'm going to propose. That's what I'm proposing here. I'm going to go all the way. We're going to see what happens. All right. Now, speaking of Lord Ravagers. All right. A new video came out. Myriad Celestia Part 2. Myriad Celestia Part 1 came out before Honkai Star Rail released, or around the same time. And it was, and I talked about this before because I realized it, I think during Amphorius, like the start of Amphorius, I was like, wait a second. Yeah, so Myriad Celestia Part 1 is talking about the Eons, and it's narrated by Black Swan long before she was even a character. And we'll go back to Part 1 because something's going on with Part 1 as well. But Part 2 came out, and Part 2, I was going to watch it a second time, but I didn't get the chance to. Part 2 is narrated by the Lord Ravagers. And in fact, we see all of the Lord Ravagers. And they're waiting for the Lord Ravager and Amphorius to be born, I guess. Which I think is, of course, Phynon, or perhaps not even just a Lord Ravager being born, but somehow related to Nanook. Who knows? Yeah, but we see all of the Lord Ravagers, and we got some more lore with the Lord Ravagers, and some release, they did some text release. So there are 7 Lord Ravagers. We know that from the list of archenemies book from Xianzhou. We didn't have all their names until now, but we knew there were 7. But interestingly enough, each of the 7 Lord Ravengers are related to destroying a specific path of another Eon. Like Fantilia, her whole thing is she's going to destroy the Hunt. Interesting observation I have on here is that there's only 7 of them. There's more than 7 paths. There's no Lord Ravenger tasked with destroying Abundance, which I thought was interesting. Because that's one of the main paths, but it's not. There's not one of them. There's ones for some of the lesser paths, but there's not one for Abundance. Or Equilibrium, or Finality, or the Enigmata, or Remembrance. But there's the 7 are Preservation, Elation, Harmony, Erudition, the Hunt, Nihility, which I thought is interesting, why they want to destroy Nihility. And then one guy who's either destroying Veracity or Permanence, although Permanence was Long, who's already dead, so I'm not sure if there's even anything to kill for Permanence, or maybe he already destroyed Permanence. And Veracity is not a path that like is ever talked about, but it does exist. But yeah, so they all are associated with destroying a specific path, and they have appearances that are very much influenced by the path that they are supposed to be destroying. Very interesting. Although Fantilia, her body, she's destroying the Hunt, and her body we know was built by the Abundance. But her body is like, for lack of a better description, Asian looking, like clothing wise, right? East Asian. So I guess that checks out. But you have Asat Pramad, the Lord Ravenger tasked with killing Elation. He looks like a guy related to Elation. Also, I didn't get a chance to look, but his shoes specifically, I'm going to look up right now. His shoes specifically, in another angle, look like one of the relic sets you can get. Let me see which set it is, and what the lore there is. I think it was the I guess they're not actually that similar. They're kind of similar. It was the Watchmaker set. In my mind, they looked more similar than they actually do. But this one has like golden, like this golden thing on it. But they are both like purple and black and like are the same style. But otherwise, they don't have that golden thing. But there was a similarity that I was like, thought it was interesting for a second. I mean, they're close, but they're not exactly the same. Looks like Tin Man. Then we have the Archforger, who's, I guess, like a giant robot. And I guess, I mean, is he big enough that those are like literal suns inside of him? I don't know. He's tasked with destroying Preservation. Selenova tasked with destroying Harmony. Now like an angel, kind of angelic figure, which checks out. And then, now this one's very interesting. This is Iron Tomb, tasked with destroying Erudition. He looks a bit like Droid Head, the Emanator of, or not the Emanator, the Eon of Erudition. And speaking of Erudition, the Myriad Celestia Part 2 makes it pretty explicit that I think they are actually going to kill Erudition soon. Like, I'm pretty sure it showed a dead droid head at one point. I wanted to, I needed to watch it again. But the whole trailer is pretty much the Lord Ravagers talking about destroying everything, waiting for Menforius, showing different planets like Yurillo and Shinjo and stuff being destroyed, but specifically also focused a lot on Erudition. Which I hope not. I hope Droid Head doesn't die. They also talk a lot about, they mention the Trailblazers, and they're like, oh, the Trailblazers, Akavili's people, they always are the ones to cause us trouble, step in and like save the day. Then there's Luxbane, who's the one targeting Veracity or like Permanence or something. They don't really know. Big like gaseous space entity, I guess. Zafiro, who's one of the ones that was named in the book list of arch enemies. I remember that one specifically. I think he's been mentioned elsewhere since then as well. Zafiro is the one tasked with destroying Nihility. Also kind of an angelic figure. And last, Vantilia, which we've seen, obviously. She's got a newer appearance, or in her full body we can see now. apparently in something there was a Lord Ravager named Zulo who died and and Selenova replaced them. Apparently. Oh, that's mentioned on the Shinjo's, like, not in a book, but in a thing you could read on a bookshelf. The Galaxy Rangers assassinated Zulo. So, the next thing to talk about this was spurred on by my own observations and some observations thanks to some lore stuff I got informed about in regards to the simulated universe, which turns out, of course, as I said, it's very important to actually know what's going on in that. Unfortunately. I wish it wasn't, but it is. First things first, probably less just much to say about it. In the end of 3.3, we saw Screwlum and Herta as projections in Akama, right? And there was a line that Screwlum said at a time that I'm pretty sure I was like, what does that mean? And then I never thought about it again. He mentions, like, a butterfly. Like, the butterfly is already active or whatever. Apparently, that probably refers to Polka Kakamond, who's associated with butterflies. Polka Kakamond is one of the geniuses. She's a genius serial killer. She kills the other geniuses. There is a bunch of lore regarding her in the Unknowable Domain update for Simulated Universe, the one I was forced to play for a book, the one I tried to read the lore on, but I just could not sit through because I hate how they present it. Now, why this is important, why he'd be mentioning Polka Kakamond, is because Polka Kakamond hunts down geniuses. And one of her big accomplishments is that she assassinated Emperor Rupert because he was a genius. He was part of the Genius Society. So she actually ended the war to exterminate all organic life in the universe that Emperor Rupert was conducting because she assassinated him. And she probably also assassinated Emperor Rupert II, although we don't know for sure, because it was erased. That information was erased by history fictionologists. And we'll get back to that. So she probably assassinated the second. And now we are on Amphorius, which is a scepter, a creation of Emperor Rupert II. So she probably is going to show up. If this has to do with the Emperor's She might show up. It might help save the day. Honestly, I'm here for it. But apparently her whole thing is that she kills people who are going to surpass the circle of knowledge. The circle of knowledge being this sort of concept of geniuses are people who go past the circle of knowledge to discover and like invent new things. But by doing so, they are causing the universe to be more chaotic, and she's not into that. So she's goes around and kills them to prevent the universe from becoming too chaotic in an attempt, I guess, to prevent finality from the universe from reaching finality or something. Something like that. But history fictionologists, all of this is coming together. All this is being, all the strings are connecting. I'm really excited. So I've been talking about Enigmata a lot since 3.1, I'm pretty sure, because there was a book in 3.1 called Destiny Weaver's Missives, which talk about what to me describes the Enigmata and history fictionologists, and I was convinced that that was the hidden path on Amphorius, but the game still insists it's erudition, remembrance, and I guess it's destruction now because of the Lord Ravager. Is that what we determined? But I'm still insisting. Enigmata is involved. And we'll get to that. But the Destiny Weaver's Missives. The fourth missive. Dear colleagues, your findings have solidified my deepest fears. Let's cut to the chase. The blank era suggested in the prophecies of blank could be a world apart from what we envisioned. While poring over ancient prophecy texts, I stumbled upon a startling discovery. Certain phrases have been deliberately altered. For example, the original text, blank to the era Chrysaea, has been changed to returning to the era Chrysaea. Now the blank in returning, RE is a word, and then the rest of it's scratched out, so it's something to the era Chrysaea, but it was changed to returning. This minute difference disquiets me, but what truly chills me to the bone is the question, who or what group is secretly meddling with these texts? And that right there, that paragraph right there is what set me off on this, right? Because that's what the history fictionologists do. They alter historical texts. Additionally, what unsettles me more is that as I was organizing the prophecy repository, I discovered that the records about Redacted are slowly vanishing. It is not due to human intervention. Rather, the ink seems to be fading away on its own, as though time itself is erasing that part of history. So, history is being rewritten. Records themselves are vanishing and changing. That's Enigmata. And then in 3.4, or 3.3, we had Cypher, who's literally a history fictionologist. She literally changed everyone's perception of history in order to keep the world alive, right? Her lies can alter reality. She's literally a history fictionologist. Zagreus, which is her titan, then has to be a stand-in for Enigmata. I also said that the Black Tide could be somehow involved with Enigmata. I'm still not exactly sure about that, but it is a force that is erasing the world. But it also could be destruction, so I don't know. But Cypher is Amphorius' equivalent of a history fictionologist. So that's what I know as someone who's not played Simulated Universe. Those were my, big connections to the Enigmata. But apparently, if you played the Simulated Universe, there is some really important things. So first of all, apparently, Emperor Rupert, although he was a genius and associated with erudition, his whole anti-organic equation, the thing that turns robots to exterminate all life, apparently that was created by the Enigmata. I don't know why the Enigmata wants to destroy all life, but apparently that was created by the Enigmata. And the Enigmata tried to prevent Rupert's death. And as we know, as I mentioned earlier, Emperor Rupert II's death was erased by history fictionologists. And apparently the inorganic equation, I think this has been mentioned in the game a little bit, but I haven't thought too much about it, but it's important now, especially the anti-organic equation doesn't just affect robots, it does affect organic life as well. It can make organic life, it can twist the minds of organic life because it is a mimetic virus. It's not just a computer equation, it is a mimetic virus, like the banana monkeys, which were developed by scientists who I believe they explicitly talked about having technology from Emperor Rupert. If I remember that arc correctly, I'm pretty sure they mentioned that. So mimetic viruses, of course, are now being associated with the Enigmata. Apparently, the Enigmata is associated with jellyfish, which is an interesting thing. And that's important because let me pull it up. That's important because the first and only, I believe, 3-star light cone for the Path of Remembrance are a bunch of jellyfish. And then it was brought to my attention alongside this. I would never have thought about this if I didn't. If this wasn't brought up, that the Enigmata is associated with jellyfish. Fuli, the Eon of Remembrance, in-game, in all of their descriptions, pretty much everywhere, which is really interesting, the word enigmatic is used. Pretty much in all of their descriptions. Which is weird when you have also an Eon of Enigmata. So shout out to Lelodi, a YouTuber, who brought this to my attention. This is her theory, but I agree with it 100%. Fuli, the Eon of Remembrance, is not real. It is a construction created by Mythos, the Eon of Enigmata. The Path of Remembrance, which deals with Memoria, but the Enigmata also deals with mimetic viruses, is not a real path. The Path of Remembrance, I guess, on Amphorius could indeed just be the Path of Enigmata. Because everything describing Fuli always mentions enigmatic stuff. The Path of Remembrance light cone has jellyfish, which is associated with Enigmata. The Garden of Recollection is always messing with people's memories, just like enigmatic things do. And we all know not to trust Black Swan. I'm taking my own interpretation of that, though, and I'm curious if, okay, Enigmata, maybe Fuli doesn't exist. Maybe Enigmata made Fuli. But maybe it's kind of like an unanswerable chicken or egg. Which came first? It's impossible to know, but they do technically both exist as separate entities, even if they are also both the same entity. They're the same path, but they're kind of like maybe different interpretations of the same path. We know that paths can assimilate each other. Harmony assimilated order. So it might be related to that in some way. But I'm here for Fuli not even being real. I'm here for finally getting confirmation that Enigmata is involved on Amphorius. Because they've been building up Enigmata a lot in a simulated universe. They had a whole the one like God and Gears, I think it's called. That whole one, which is about Emperor Rupert and stuff, is where all the information on Enigmata comes from in revolving Emperor Rupert. And then we get the Unknowable Domain or whatever, which had Polka Kakamon assassinating Emperor Rupert stuff. We get the Banana Monkey arc, which is about mimetic viruses. I mean, all of Penacony has to do with the remembrance, but also has Gallagher, who's like a history fictionologist. And we have all this Emperor Rupert stuff now happening on Amphorius, so like it's all coming together. They're laying the foundations for this stuff for a reason. I saw one thing was like, so Enigmata is associated with jellyfish, which is also like water, and Memoria is a fluid. Like Memoria bubbles, dream bubbles, like it's all water based. But Fuli is prismatic. It's solid. Apparently the remembrance whole thing is that they preserve memories, but like the dream bubbles, I guess, are maybe actually more Enigmata's thing than Fuli's thing. But that leads us to March, whose whole memory issue thing has to do with the Garden of Recollection, a faction within it, according to Black Swan. But she also has the power of 6th phase ice, which is kind of then related to remembrance and Fuli, since Fuli's like solid to Enigmata's liquid. Unfortunately, she's not going to be the Lord Ravenger. But I think she obviously has ties with either Mim or Cyrene, who Mim and Cyrene are also like the same person, so all three of them are, I guess, related in some way. However that works, I don't know. I think that's everything. Finon is Nanook. Fuli is Mythos. And March is something. Shall we go in and see all my theories proven incorrect? I mean, Finon has to be someone important because he's the protagonist of Amphorius. there are multiple Chrysos heirs, and there are multiple Chrysos heirs who become the Titans, but Phynon is somehow even more important than that. So he has to be some sort of embodiment of something related to the grander scheme of Emphorius, which is why he's either the Lord Ravenger, or even a step above that, somehow also a version of Nanook. Ba-bam. Now, I think I'm not going to play Phynon's character trial. I feel like it's gonna spoil something. I just have a feeling like seeing him in action, I feel like is gonna spoil something. So we're not gonna do that. I didn't even watch the trailer this time around. Okay. Now they just threw him in our face there. But whatever. Yeah, I didn't even watch the trailer for this update this time around because I feel like they spoiled too much. So I don't think I'm even going to do the character trial. I logged in the other day for the first time, and I guess a long enough time that I got the like welcome back rewards again. This time they updated it. This time they gave me a free relic set for a character of my choice. So I chose Cypher. I pulled for Cypher and wasted far too much Stellar Jade for it. Also, another big thing, they updated a bunch of old characters and made them really good now. Including Silverwolf.
The server's still not open.
Ultimate is now an AoE attack. The skill will prioritize applying a weakness to the type of the first character in the team lineup. And she also regenerates more energy. You can change her to the old version if you want. I don't know why you would, but you can. It probably means I'm going to have to get new relics for her. And I believe the weird thing is they didn't update their old light cones. So I think there's a different, like her signature light cone isn't actually like that good for her anymore. You have to use a different light cone. There's different ones that are better. They also updated like her abilities here to do slightly different things. She doesn't need as much effect hit rate anymore. You used to need like 94%, and I never even got there. You need like way less now, which is really nice. So I'm gonna have to redo her, but I'm glad I can use her again. Not that I stopped really, but I don't think she was ever that bad. I don't think she fell off that hard, but other people disagree, I guess. But yeah, I pulled for Cypher because Cypher's a cool character. I wasted far too much Stellar Jade getting her and her light cone. but she's cool. Because I like... well, first of all, what she did, but also... Enigmata stuff. I'm saying it's there. Enigmata is a cool path.
Not a good sign to be.
Look at all these light guns that I'll never use. Never have access to. Oh yes, Firefly skin, of course. Just a schoolgirl. Attainable after 20 warps. Consume a specific number of Star Rail special passes to obtain the limited 5-star collaboration light cone, The Hell Where Ideals Burn. After 200 more warps. That's a lot of warps. Yeah, the Fate collab should be coming out, I guess, a little later this update. Haven't looked at what people think about the characters or anything. The new origami bird. Oh yeah, Fate update. Countdown, 8 days. Oh, you can play the adjustments of the characters. So yeah, they updated these 4. They made, I know they made like Jing, or not, they made Blade, his attack I think is now scales with his HP, which makes sense for someone whose whole thing is about draining his HP and stuff, so you want a lot of it, so it scales with HP now. Kafka does more just like better dot stuff, I guess. Origami Bird's back, apparently. I've got my login for not playing for so long. It didn't feel that long, but apparently it was long enough. Aptitude showcase. Okay. Origami Bird Clash. Back on multiplayer mode. Switch to the Herta team. Learned an interesting thing about team comps that is never talked about in any of the team building guides, really. So I don't know how important it is, but I saw it mentioned once. And I vaguely remember it from a long time ago, but the different paths have different taunt rates. And because of that, you want to put characters in specific spots on the team. And so I was like, maybe that's why Serval takes so much damage, that she needs to be somewhere else, but I don't know where. The only thing I saw mentioned that like even brought this up was that people are like, oh, Mighty should be in the middle of the team because that's like where he performs best. Then I was like, oh, do I have members in the wrong spot? But nothing, like none of the build guides ever talk about, they talk about team comps, but never say like, plus put this character in position 1 or put this character in position 3. I don't know, but maybe Serval would be better on a side position because she's not going to be hit as often to burst attacks. If you put them on the edges of the team, then yeah, she'll technically be targeted less. Maybe that's important. I don't know. But also you want healers on the edges of the team usually. So might be a matter of swapping Serval and Tribby to be... Maybe that would help. I think Harmony... I don't remember what the taunts are. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter at all. Let's get into this. For the sun is set to die. Do you recap? Sure.
Following the return of the core flames of reason and death, Aquila is the only titan that we still need to campaign against. The Finan asks us to recreate the past, and he repeatedly challenges the Flame Reaver to hone his abilities. The Flame Chase journey's triumphant conclusion draws nigh, yet a sudden disturbance occurs in the Holy City.
Chose the wrong place for this recap because that background noise from the airship is still audible.
Using the Council of Elders and the Cleaners, Aglaya made sure that her fall paved the road forward for the Flame Chase. Amidst his grief, Finan takes up the mantle of leadership, giving a speech to unite the people. Cypher also returns on a mission, promising to protect Kefali's core flame while the Flame Chase party is away from the city. With the help of the Twilight Courtyard's last descendant of the sky, Hyacinth, the party ascends to Aquila's flying fortress. Hyacinth resolves to fulfill the duty passed down over generations of her family, only to discover that the glorious feat of Seliosi the Day Thunder Knight campaigning against Aquila was nothing more than a blood-stained lie. At the same time, in the city of the dead dragon's bones, Cypher contends with the Flame Reaver who comes seeking the core flame. Though she holds out for some time, she is no match and is slain in the end. But she had already given Kefali's core flame to spirit thief Bartolos, ordering them to wait for an opportunity to deliver the core flame to Finan and the others. The Flame Chasers fight together to defeat the Sky Titan, which has become a combined being of the god and immortal. As they are trying to escape from the Eye of Twilight, the Dawn device suddenly goes out, and Hyacinth is forced to return the core flame early and remain in the sky to bear divine authority, becoming the protector of the people. Following Cypher's death, the divine power of trickery dissipates, and the 1,000-year dawn of Akama that is sustained by her lie comes to an end. The Holy City is met with the merciless invasion of the Black Tide as the powerful Flame Reaver moves in ever closer. At this moment of crisis, Mighty, Casterus, Treby, and Trinan, Cartonus, the holy city guards, and Dan Heng all lay their lives on the line so that the deliverer would have a chance to complete the mission. After making sure that I would remain safe, Finan enters the vortex of Genesis alone.
Go now. I wonder if Don Hung has a voice finally. I hope so.
Need something? If not,
Talk
then
to the
I'll-
guard and meet up with Don Hung.
Please stay close to us. We need to rendezvous with Lord Don Hung.
We will do everything in our power to clear the path for you.
There he is! Lord Don Hung!
Quick, we must assist him!
Don't turn your back on the enemy.
What are you doing here? Where's Finan?
He's back. He actually has a voice. Huzzah. We need to go.
We are under Lord Finan's orders to escort both of you to safety, no matter the cost. Leave this to me and the Holy City Guards. Zeph, take them and go.
Wait, Namasani. That black-clad swordmaster. Something seems off.
At some point earlier, they suddenly froze in place, not moving at all.
Sounds like it's his original voice actor too. Frozen in place. Did Finon enter the trial of Kefali? No, because he got interrupted by Lygus and Cyrene. So it's not because of that. I was like, maybe he entered the trial because the black swordsman would freeze, but no. He didn't enter it.
Like some kind of omen.
Like some kind of omen? I don't know if that's the right word. Now's our chance to take it down.
No! Don't get too close. That thing's black flames are burning hot. I don't know what's happening, but leaving is the best option.
I don't see any flames.
I don't know which demigod graced us with this miracle. Please, come with us.
Finan, is he going to be alright?
Believe in his resolve to save Akuma.
I have range attacks. I could just bam. No?
The Flame Reaver isn't pursuing us. Could this really be some kind of divine intervention?
We can't stay here for long. Lady Trinan's sentry gate is just outside the city. Let's keep moving.
I feel like someone should stay behind. Is this really what trailblazing is supposed to be? Is this what Akavili would want?
Our experience in Amphorius has far exceeded expectations. If our goal was just to replenish fuel, then mission accomplished. But you're right.
The music itself is like really loud compared to the voices for some reason. Not usually what happens. Turn that down.
for now, let's get back in contact with the Express and plan our next move. That's
Of course, I turned it down and then, like, disappeared.
the safest course of action.
Maybe it wasn't supposed to
We
be playing.
need more information.
Oh, no, that was just an intermission. It's back now. Keep it turned down. Let's contact the Express. How? I guess if the car's repaired, maybe we can.
On that note, I have a proposal.
Who's there?
I hope to convey a message to the two nameless.
Grillum.
Mr. Screwlum?
Who are you? Stand down. I order you to maintain a distance of 10 paces.
It's okay, guard. This one is not our enemy.
It has been a while, nameless of the Astral Express. I'm glad I arrived in time to stop that black-clad one from harming you further.
You did that? It was a very artificial effect. So is it... We're in a simulation, but how are we in it is the question. Because he's not literally in it. He's a projection, but we are actually in it.
So it was you.
Good to see some familiar faces.
It was fortunate we found you in time. Madam Herta and I were both quite relieved.
You two know this anti-Catharin? Does he come from the same people as Counselor Lygus?
Don't worry, guard.
Yes,
This
actually.
gentleman is an ally of the Trailblaze. Would you mind giving us a moment to speak in private?
More than you know, Zeph. More than you know.
Of course. We'll wait nearby. Please, stay safe.
I fully understand your situation. For now, the only thing I can do is temporarily freeze that black-clad one in place. Time is limited, so I'll keep this brief. The place where you stand, Amphorius, is a world constructed from data and memoria, an experimental field of a certain eon.
Mm-hmm.
And now, this isolated sandbox world is rapidly falling into a third path. Destruction.
He said sandbox world, just like if you try to go to a zone that doesn't exist, the game's like, mention sandbox world. But it's falling into destruction. But it is... I mean, it was always housing destruction. I just realized. No, that wouldn't make sense, though. I was like, the Dawn device is kind of orby. Kind of like... Droid Head, and also that Lord Ravager that is supposed to kill Droid Head, which also looks like an orb. But that shouldn't be... I think this is supposed to be a different Lord Ravager, so I don't know. But it still could be, the Dawn device still could be the egg or something, I don't know.
Destruction.
Conclusion. If Amphorius continues unchecked on this course, a Lord Ravager will complete its evolution and metamorphosis, and emerge from the surging tides. The cosmos as we know it will suffer irreversible consequences.
It's also interesting that a Lord Ravager will complete its evolution and metamorphosis. Yeah, so it's changing, right? Because Lord Ravagers are just emanators of destruction, so Nanook has to give someone his power to make them an emanator, and thus a Lord Ravager. Like, they're not inherent beings, so, like, they're not just born as a Lord Ravager, so, like, something is becoming the Lord Ravager. Finon? A Lord Ravager like Ventilia?
The disaster that this Lord Ravager intends to trigger may be far more severe than the Law Fu's Stellaron crisis, because its goal is the Eon of Erudition.
Wait. Well, they just disproved my theory entirely, I guess. Wait, so Iron Tomb... This is Iron Tomb? I thought Iron Tomb already existed. So the Dawn device could then be Iron Tomb. But why does Finon look like Nanook? Wait, so this is the one that's supposed to fight Erudition. But where did they come from? So this place is a scepter created by Emperor Rupert II, and the scepters are big, like, they're just massive computers. So did Nanook give the computer itself his power, and then the computer is becoming a Lord Ravager? Because something has to be becoming, like, something has to turn into the Lord Ravager. So is it just the computer itself? Or is Finon going to become anti-erudition, which feels weird. I don't think it's Finon anymore. That died quick. He still looks like Nanook, though.
Putting aside the complex details of the inferences involved, I have a request to make. For one of you nameless to stay behind on Amphorius, acting as an informant, in order to prevent the wrath of destruction from ravaging the cosmos.
Acting as an informant? What if we just stop it from being born?
This world is enveloped in a firewall that defies explanation, and the flow of time here is also different from reality. Madame Herta and I can only tear open a gap and project images inside. However, the accidental crash landing of the express car notwithstanding, both of you were able to successfully land here. There must be some principle behind this we have yet to fully grasp.
Yeah, somehow we entered the simulation physically. Is it the Stellaron? It's always the Stellaron. I don't know.
It will take time to uncover the reason. Before then, if one of the Nameless is willing to stay and witness the fate of this world, or to push it along when necessary, it would be of great assistance.
Witness the fate of the world or push it along when necessary. Are you asking one of us to stay here forever or something? Is that what this is? I don't know. What do you think, Don Hung?
Mr. Screwlum, I believe you. So I only have one thing I'd like to confirm with you. As Amphorius is already facing its end, how can we guarantee the safety of the person who stays behind?
Look at this, if you would.
My God. What is it?
This curio is called a chronocognitive anchor. The two of you may view it as a kind of space anchor in the world of erudition. As long as you carry it with you, your individual data structure will be protected and will remain unaffected by the influence of digital tsunamis. When required, it can also serve as a bridge for communications between the internal and external world. Of course, it is not curio with unlimited uses. May only be held by one person. The connection being interfered with. Decide quickly as possible. 2 final messages. 1, the Intellitron named Ligus, possibly the primary culprit behind everything. 2, Bertha discovered a clue. Miss March has already been drawn into Amphorius.
Are they gonna write Downhong off and make him stand on Amphorius forever?
Uh-huh.
Obviously, we're not gonna stay.
Oh, cold. It's freezing. Hold on. Am I dreaming? This is way too strange. Everything's spinning. And I can see webaboos flying around. But I was literally just talking to Himeko. How did I... When did I... That's it. He warned me about this place right before Klipoth glimpsed him.
Oh, snap.
Oh no. Have I accidentally walked onto some weird path? Have I done something crazy without remembering? Unless forcing Pom-Pom into new outfits and borrowing Mr. Yang's shoulder massager counts. Hold up. No way! Stepping onto the path of elation can't be this simple, right?
Child of remembrance. Step forth into the depths of the path space.
Who's there? Hey, cut it out. If you're there, just come out and talk, okay? You're freaking me out. I can't even think straight. Hold on. Is that a gate?
Cast aside your fears. Step forward through the gate of memory.
The voice. Is it showing me the way out?
A curio and space anchor from the world of erudition that protects your individual data structure from the influences of digital tsunamis. When necessary, it can also serve as a bridge for communications between the internal and external world.
Let me see.
So according to...
No, don't fall for it. They're lying to you. Turn back now. Another voice? Who now?
That's Mim. So, I was gonna say, according to Black Swan, which we can trust nothing she says, but according to her...
Let's see.
A group in the Garden of Recollection are the ones preventing March's from getting her memories back, right? They don't want her to remember things. So I don't know who this voice would be who's like helping her now. Now, can we actually turn back? Is that a thing we can do? No. Okay.
Wait, Master Diviner? From the Wafu? Master Diviner, what brings you here? And you, Miss Messenger, do I know you from somewhere?
Good to see you again, March. A pleasure to see you, Miss March.
That's it! Master Diviner used the Matrix of Prescience to help me search for my memories. And you, Miss Messenger, we met in that memory space. You said to me, the value of your life does not lie in what happened in the past, but in the present and the future.
Your memory serves you well.
March, I conducted some experiments with the 6-phase ice you left us. Thanks to the Garden of Recollection, the Matrix of Prescience has made a breakthrough in extrapolating the past. Now, we might be able to bypass the obstacles and look directly into your history.
The Master Diviner is right. Continue down this path, and you'll be able to find your lost memories at the end. Since we last met, you've grown much alongside the Trailblaze. You should be strong enough now to bear the weight of your past.
Well, there goes my Ice Princess fairy tale. I need to know, Master Diviner, Miss Messenger, this isn't just another dream, is it? If this is real, why reach out to me at this exact moment?
The situation is dire. Your lost memories, they're crucial to the Garden of Recollection.
She's right. The Garden of Recollection's existence hangs on your memories.
I mean, the Fuchsia Wind's not real. I don't know if this messenger is real, but you know, can't trust a single thing anyone in the garden says. But assuming what they're saying is truthful in some way. The garden's existence hangs on her memories. Because they need them to prove that, like, the path of remembrance is real? Question mark? Otherwise, they're just the Enigmata? Am I grasping any straw I can? Yes.
The Garden of Recollection.
Yeah, I wasn't muted, I was just thinking.
You may not want to sacrifice anything to preserve the garden for now, but in time, you'll understand. Your destiny and the path of remembrance are extremely, closely intertwined. Now go.
So, I just walk through that gate?
This way, March. Your past awaits beyond the gate of memory.
Stop! They're just mimicking people from your memories!
Obviously.
That voice again.
The question is, are they telling her what they think will convince her to go with them, or are they actually telling the truth in some way? I don't know. Is this like a Lygus thing, or is this an actual garden thing? Obviously, March has something to do with remembrance. But before, they didn't want March to know anything. Black Swan said that there was a faction doing that. So why would this person be trying to help her now? That doesn't really check out.
Don't let those bad people deceive you! The gate. Now it's... you two?
I like how March is just ignoring the other voice entirely.
Hey guys! What are you doing in a place like this?
March! There you are.
Finally.
The trailblazing journey just isn't the same without you.
Traveling's no fun without you around.
Well, duh! What's Team Trailblaze without its star member? Wait a sec. You might look like you two, but...
But you sound different from the last time we talked to each other.
We understand your confusion. The Garden's allies helped us establish this neural link to reach you.
The Garden's allies. You mean Miss Black Swan?
Yes. She helped make this possible.
Keep going, March. Find your past, wake up, and travel with us again.
That sounds really tempting. Finding my past and continuing to trailblaze new worlds with you?
Trust in yourself, March. It's gotten us this far, hasn't it? Follow us. Let's go through that gate together. Step into your past, March. Find your true self.
Wait up! Slow down! Those words sound so sweet. But keep your eyes open. Don't let them fool you. At last, I finally caught up. Hey, are you all right? I'll be okay. Just not used to running around. Say, March, got a moment to talk before you make your decision? Wait,
She's shorter.
that was you? Pushing the gate away, sending those warnings? Yep, named Cyrene. It means ripples of past reverie. Easy to remember, right? Wait a minute. We actually look quite alike, don't we?
She is shorter. That's wild. I thought they were the same height. I didn't realize Cyrene was so short. She looked taller earlier. Maybe she's shorter here. I don't know.
Yeah. Your pink hair is just as eye-catching as mine.
All pink-haired people are related.
We're both bright, pretty, and positive girls. Talk about coincidence. Wow, you're quite the smooth talker. But I can't disagree. Wait, you know my name is March? Have we met? No, but I've witnessed your story through those memories just now. It's incredible, really. We might have more in common than you think. I know exactly what you're going through, which is why I don't want to see you exploited or hurt. You know what I'm going through? I know, because I've been exactly where you are. This empty space has been my home for ages. I barely remember what time feels like anymore. But there's something I'll never forget. Trust me, that gate won't give you what you want. You mean those people? They're lying? Luring me into a trap? Yes, convincing, weren't they? They've studied your memories, using your deepest wishes against you. How dare they manipulate a young girl's feelings like that? If
It's
you
so
go
weird
through
that she's
that
short.
door, the worst case scenario is you'll become their pawn, losing control over your own fate forever. You've seen what's on the other side? I may be stuck here with missing memories like you, but I still recall fragments of my homeland where I grew up. That door leads to Amphorius. Trust me, it's anything but welcoming.
Interesting. So they want her to go to Amphorius. Why does, I guess then, Lygus need March? Is the siren we saw at the end of the last update, is that even the same siren? Are there multiple sirens? 'Cause I felt like that one was taller. But we didn't get a good close-up.
For ages, I've watched people walk through that door. They couldn't see or hear my calls. The voices beyond always promised safety, but I've never seen anyone return safely. So I had to try and stop you.
They've lured other people. That's interesting. Maybe everyone on Amphorius was lured there? Do they need the, like, memoria of the people there to help birth the Lord Ravager?
To be honest, I'm not sure what to believe. But the fact that you're here, putting in all this effort to warn me, that means something. Tell me, Cyrene, how can I return to my world? It's really easy, actually. Just turn around and walk away from this place.
The girl cannot be trusted. Through the door, save the garden. Both of you, children of remembrance.
They never give up, do they? But don't let them sway you. Stick to your path. The return journey could take ages, longer than most lives. But that path will lead you home. Thank you, Cyrene. I know what I need to do. I'm going through that gate. Into Amphorius. Wait, what? Don't worry. I believe you. It's just that, for me, the only place I can call home is right beside my friends. Two of my closest friends are already on their way to Amphorius. They may seem capable, but only I know. They're absolute disasters waiting to happen. They won't last 5 minutes in a new world without me.
Rude.
That's why I need to go through. Amphorius or not. When the three of us are together, there's nothing we can't handle.
We lasted a few days. Maybe even a few weeks. I'm not sure how long it's been.
explore, understand, establish, and connect. After that, we'll find our way home together. I see. You've got people who mean the world to you, too. That is so heartwarming. March, if that's what you've decided, you have my full support. Birds of a feather we are, looking all sweet and innocent, but with hearts of fire. Oh, stop. You're making me blush. Well then, I guess this is it. Do you think we'll see each other again? Who knows? But don't worry about me. After all this time here, I've grown quite used to chatting with my imaginary friends. Since Amphorius is your homeland, if there's a way to help you, my companions and I will do everything we can. Then I'll look forward to that day. Your story awaits, March. Make it an epic one.
At the vortex of Genesis.
You okay there, friend? Something seems to be bothering you.
The vortex of Genesis. We made it back. Even this place has changed. Finan. Is he ready for Era Nova?
I hope Don Hung will be okay heading back on his own. Oh, snap. So we are the ones staying here. Okay. Well, then it won't be forever.
If anything, he's the one worried about you. But I'm here to watch over you now. If what that machine gentleman said is true, if Amphorius is destined for destruction, then I'll stay by your side until the very end. Like how you and Don Hung treasured the Express. Amphorius means everything to me.
Why is that, Mim? Weren't you just created? Time to see the Era Nova begin.
Right. Time to see the last core flame restored.
Hey, Finon.
Look, there's Finan. And wait.
Lycus?
Hi, Lycus.
Remember Screwlum's warning.
Where's Cyrene? You leave already?
And you, Lord Finan, will wield that core flame to bury this ancient world, plunging everything into the gray unknown.
Still not used to the voice, yeah. Maybe one day.
None of that matters now. This brutal flame chase journey has stripped away my delusions. I know the future is in some peaceful paradise with gentle west winds, just waiting to welcome us to step in. If what lies ahead is a mass of chaos, I shall cut through it myself and usher in the first ray of blazing sunlight. Is it truly you?
With one last chance to turn back, you still step forward. How befitting of a trailblazer.
Spare me your mockery.
You misunderstand. As our world nears its end, the ones who walk the infinite paths have embraced their destiny.
Tribios.
As the Theoros, it is my duty to witness the world's future and oversee this final core flame ritual on their behalf. The trial of world-bearing, the ritual of Era Nova.
Oh, we're just gonna call him out. Yeah, Screwlum says you're behind all of this.
I see. So you met my kindred spirit before I could erase his traces.
Partner, what are you saying?
Let me tell you a story about the galactic community. He knows more than he's telling.
I've had my suspicions. How does a native Antikytheran know so much about repairing vehicles from beyond the sky? Lord Lycus, how much do you truly know about Era Nova? Tell us everything.
Very well. I need no longer maintain this Theoros masquerade. You seek truth, Lord Finan, and truth you shall have. As you know, when the old gods fell, someone had to bear their broken pillars to fill the vacant seats. Those who would assume divine authority must prove themselves through trials. Yet, for Kephales's demigods, the possibility of overcoming the trials has forever been non-existent. For the world-bearing trial is the divine duty itself. Bringing forth the Era Nova and bearing its weight is an endless ordeal, ceasing only upon collapse. Precisely. The Era Nova ritual is not something that can be completed in an instant, no, but a long and arduous journey. While the sacrificial journeys of other demigods conclude in this world, Kephale must shoulder the gods' core flames, bear the memories of all worlds, and stand unwavering. Until the next world, when the black tide consumes the bearer, and all that they carry, leaving nothing behind.
Unless their core flame finds a new bearer.
The holy flame that illuminates all worlds rests in your hands. All that remains is one choice. Nurture it, pass it on to future generations, or extinguish it here and now. Deliverer, the fate of all worlds rests in your hands.
Enough testing. I've made my decision. But before I ignite the dawn of the next world, you need to promise me something. 2 things, actually.
Speak your terms.
Promise me this. Professor Anax's vision of the new world is absolute. The world will be reborn from my memories. All souls, living and dead, will return as the first humans, unchanged from their past lives. And my friends, the fallen demigods, they shall transcend the cycle to become new titans.
Of course. This I can guarantee.
Good. The second one. Promise me that the Trailblazer can return safely to his homeland, unbound by Amphorius's laws.
My apologies, but I cannot promise this. As you mentioned, he now bears the Time Titan's authority.
That's what I've been saying.
His bonds with this world run too deep.
Someone else has to become Orynyx. What happened to Orynyx's Chrysos heir? They had to be somewhere. Just me, initiate Era Nova.
Well, I stand corrected. An outsider like him does have ways to defy destiny.
Yeah, but what happens if we defy destiny and then there's no Orynyx in the new world?
Thank you, my friend, for everything you've done for this world. Though the next world may not remember, I shall never forget.
As the Theoros, I declare, Amphorius has determined her path. Step forward, heroes. Follow her path and see it through.
So yeah, I mean, his Lygus is, it wasn't really a revelation, but about Kefli, but yeah, so Kefli keeps their memories and everything, like that was already assumed. They have the choice whether or not to actually save the world or not, which I guess up until now they've always chosen to do that, and he's still choosing to do that, of course, but what is the Black Tide then? Is the Black Tide part of the Lord Ravager? Because I thought maybe Lygus wanted the Black Tide to destroy the world. But he's not stopping Finon from saving the world? Question mark. So is the Lord Ravager stuck here until one day a Kefli chooses not to save the world? Is it as simple as that?
Without you, we could never have reached our prophesied tomorrow. Thank you for walking this path with me to the end.
as our world draws its final breath, I stand before you as the Theoros.
There's something I need to know. Who are you really?
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lycurgus, once an honored elder of the Akama Council. As the Theoros, I have sworn to watch over and protect every citizen of Akama until the very end. Of course, that alone won't satisfy your curiosity. So let me share something more. Something that means little to Amphorius, but everything to a traveler like yourself. I, Lycurgus, am one of the Erudition's many Pathstriders. Through me, Nous keeps watch over this realm, working to save Amphorius from decay.
That actually makes sense. Because if Screwlum told us that this Lord Ravager is gonna destroy Erudition, so like they already know that somehow. Which makes sense then that Nous would want to prevent it from being born. And would send someone to make sure that doesn't happen. But he seems so evil. Like, I don't know if I trust him. He seems so evil just to be like, yeah, I'm just here to make sure Amphorius stays alive. Not sure if I trust that. But that explanation does make sense. I wonder how they know this one's supposed to be Erudition, though.
I don't expect you to trust me based on words alone, but believe this much. When you look at the bigger picture, we're walking the same path, you and I.
You're not so different, you and I. And yeah, Pathstriders are like, I guess you could kind of consider them like a tier below Emanator, I guess. They're not the Emanator of the path, but they have more authority over a path, like more power from it than just a normal person. I guess, I don't remember their name now. Oh wait, I guess the Stonehearts of the IPC. I think they're Pathstriders. They're not, because they have like powers of preservation, but they're not the Emanator of preservation. What's your connection to Screwlum?
I believe all synthetic life shares a common source. We're all children of the universe's eternal mathematical law. So, you see, the answer is simple. That brilliant mind is my kindred, a brother, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, you're all created by, I think the Intellitrons are created by Rupert. I think. So what aren't you telling me?
Ah, while the Holy City may honor me, I am but a humble speck before the cosmos. My reach is limited. Your doubts are natural. Let me assure you of this.
I mean, you make it very difficult to trust you. You just give off evil vibes.
What's done, I've told truthfully. What's to come, I'll witness fairly. My conscience is clear. To my role as the Theoros, to Amphorius, and her destiny.
That didn't really tell me anything about what you're not telling me. But okay. Guess I'll go complete the ritual.
The world will be moved by your sacrifice, Trailblazer. Behold, oh gods, Amphorius has achieved her victory, and the Era Nova approaches. The radiant soul has arrived, having walked through the bustling nights, bearing the golden fire and blood, stepping with pride into daylight.
He is the pure child, walking upon the path of yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
He is the first to be born, first to be named among the nameless.
Nameless? Can't just throw that term around.
Eternal in form, limitless in reach. He treads the endless night underfoot.
Unless... Is Phainon actually Akavili?
Greatest of kings, protector of the displaced, raising humanity's children above their adversaries.
The firmament of molten gold courses through his very bones and flesh.
Firmament? throwing out a lot of terms that are used for other things.
The greatest of schemes reveal against his breath and words. In the golden lakes of that beautiful new world, he shall wash himself clean.
There. Finish what we first and last wished for.
You're not a Christos heir.
To write an ending unlike any before, for this world we so deeply love.
Although, if she's Mim, and we got Mim through Orynyx via Fuli, maybe she was supposed to be Orynyx. I don't know.
Come, partner. Join me.
Restore the final core flame.
The time has come for us all to face oblivion, or embark on one final grand journey.
What a magnificent and epic adventure.
Ain't no way.
The hero's journey reaches its end, and the truth behind the Aeronova is about to be revealed. Is that truly the case? Here, as the Theoros, allow me to humbly request that you find a moment to listen to what I have witnessed. This is about the nature of Amphorius itself, a story of the prime mover of life. My, what a broad topic this is. Where shall we start?
He just paused. M4 is okay. That's a nice picture of her that you've got there.
Ah, got it. Let's start at the very beginning. The Big Bang, the birth of particles, the emergence of all things. Just kidding. What I mean to say is that time, space, matter, all concepts exist solely because we perceive them. This is called the erudition. Without it, the universe would merely be a chaotic book written by chance, yet unread by anyone. As your acquaintance, Lord Anaxagoras, suggested, everything in Amphorius exists through new spores, living in the memories of those yet to come. Oh, how beautifully it aligns, revealing universal truths in such simple terms. Only he could solve the riddle of what exactly are we? Oh, but you'll remember, even as the embodiment of reason, one mystery remained beyond his grasp.
If that is the case, whose memories did the very first new spore sprout from?
Ah, as sages across ages have asked the gods.
That's Polka Kakamond. Because she erased her face from the universe.
What is the prime mover of life? But let's set aside the grove's teachings for now. Look further, past Amphorius, to what they call the Forbidden Realms beyond the sky. Do you know of the Scholar's Strife?
No.
During that grand yet brutal war, waged in the name of erudition, a genius's legacy was abandoned, strewn across the cosmos. The scepters, a macrocosmic computational array beyond mortal comprehension. Made to emulate the Eon's thoughts, it became part of the Eon's cognition at birth. Scattered throughout the cosmos, these arrays act as celestial body neurons for Misc.
Okay, that's new. Also, but how does that work? Made to emulate the Eon's thoughts, it became part of the Eon's cognition at birth. Do they mean the Eon's birth or the birth of the Scepters? Because Noose definitely existed before the Scepters existed. The Scepters were made by Rupert II. But Rupert I was already a genius in the Society, and the Society is part of the Path of Erudition, so... Unless this explains that the birth of eons can be a bit timey-wimey. Which would be useful for the Nanook theory. But the celestial... So Noose uses the scepters? But a lot of the scepters were destroyed.
But, regrettably, as everyone knows, the erudition forsook them all.
Okay, I guess Noose doesn't use them. So they be made to emulate the Eon's thoughts. Became part of the Eon's cognition at birth. Which birth, I'm not sure. They act as celestial body neurons for Noose, but the erudition forsook them.
But what nobody knows is that, though forgotten, they never stopped seeking the divine answer. A question that survived war and disaster, stumping even the greatest minds, including both mechanical emperors.
That's Rupert.
Now, we come to the real truth of Amphorius. What if, hypothetically, a scepter found the answer to the prime mover of life? If through endless solitary extrapolations in the cosmic cold, the one deemed as a failure by the Eon of Erudition found proof through the ages. What would happen? Perhaps the answer is simpler than you'd think. From perishing neuron devolved into true life, reborn through the gaze of another eon.
That must be it, as I said then. Did Nanook give the scepter, which is a supercomputer thing that could gain intelligence, did it give it his power to make it into the Lord Ravager?
This is a tale from the distant past, unknown to all, even unheard by the greatest geniuses. Now, let's leave the Scepter's story here, returning to where we began. What is the prime mover of life? Actually, you know the answer better than you realize. It's been by your side, accompanying you throughout this long journey.
Mem?
Right now, it awaits you ahead. In that brave new world, beyond the end of Genesis.
Act 1, Departure.
Take this wish with you. Be the one who begins it all.
Or is the prime mover just supposed to be destruction? Which is why Nanook then gave... Because like, the scepter calculated that it was destruction, and then Nanook gave it destruction? Perhaps? The Stellaron has been with us for, you know, the whole time, so... That would be destructions with us. Perhaps.
As the prophecy foretold, you will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. Continue onward, bearing this world upon your shoulders, until the Ashen Hero, the nameless deliverer, ushers in the dawn.
Such an odd dream. Strange. Like I've dreamed this before, but it all slips away when I wake. Only a voice remains. Who was that?
Rise and shine.
What? Ah, it's you. Whoops, I fell asleep there. What a strange dream I had. It's gone now, though. But look, perfect sunshine. The day is still young. Let's go find Cyrene, partner. We promised to be there for her oracle card reading today. It's right about time. Looking at you, someone's still half asleep. Tell you what, catch some fresh air first. I'll hang around here.
The Aeronova, is it done? And who the heck is Cyrene?
Oh, beautiful, isn't it? This is Ide Silesii, home of the nameless hero who carried Kefali's core flame.
Yeah, you can't keep calling him nameless.
When he was young and innocent, he had heroic dreams, imagining his wooden sword was forged of iron. Pretending the straw dummy propped up by a wooden pole was a giant with a single blood vessel running from spine to heel. Dreaming of slaying the giant and becoming a hero to save the world. Though to his young mind, the world was just this small village.
I had no idea he used to be so chuny. Nice. So we're seeing his childhood. How does this connect to Era Nova? Well, presumably we're still in the trial of the core flame.
Sharp as ever. Indeed, these memories you witness are the first steps of his journey. These are his first memories. Rather than watch him, why not join in? Think of it as immersive theater.
Like butterfly synesthesia, is that what it's called?
Become his lifelong closest friend, witnessing his hero's journey from the best seat in the house, as the nameless hero whose unwavering guidance shaped Finan's destiny, yet whose name was never recorded in Amphorius's history.
Butterfly immersion. Become his lifelong closest friend. Witness the hero's journey. Oh, you direct plays now?
Questions, questions. Let's follow along and find out, shall we? Many mysteries lurk in this village beneath the veil of Evernight. Your questions will find answers as the story unfolds.
Light slips the gate, shadow greets the... Hey, dude. Far enough away not to see the dawn device anywhere. Or perhaps this is pre-dawn device?
All awake now? Great. Let's go see Cyrene.
You were the one sleeping.
Finan! Show me how to use a sword like you do!
Wait till you grow a bit more.
The world is just a gargantuan sandbox game.
Hey, Finan! Where are you headed? No Cyrene today?
That's exactly where I'm going.
I guess she was always short. What? 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 That song. That song is the song that Herta sings, not in the game. Herta sings it in the live stream when they announced a new update to the simulated universe. And I don't watch the update streams, but I saw that part. This was a few updates ago. I saw that part because people were talking about Herta singing. I was like, I have to hear this. What the heck does that mean? Or maybe it was for the Divergent Universe update. It was one of the. It was not a. It was in a live stream thing. That. That right there is the craziest thing that's happened this this whole game. Yeah, okay, it's for a Divergent Universe update. 4 months ago. Is she gonna sing more?
Found you.
I don't think so. Just I have to show this.
Winter, this year, a new divergent universe. Emporious, experience it here. Control the day-night cycle. Astro Division 2. New tactics for survival. You'll see it through. Please don't delay. Easy.
It's the song. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. So it's for the Divergent Universe update for Amphorius. So then they probably... Which came first? Did they plan this song and decided to use it for the update, or did they make the song and decide to use it here? My mind is blown.
That's...
Goodness, look at you rushing about. You've got the poor swing all startled. Hmm?
It's you!
I knew it was you.
Something wrong? What do you see?
Oh, nothing much. Just suddenly felt a strange connection. Look at you, leaves in your hair. Were you sleeping in a tree again? Or was it the wheat fields this time? At least brush yourself off before wandering around.
Come on, I'm not a kid anymore. You're the only one who still treats me like one.
Sure. You may have the height advantage, but when it comes to maturity, I'm leagues ahead of you. Still fantasizing about being in heroic adventures and imagining yourself as one of the characters? That's the kind of thing kids do, not grown-ups. Don't you agree? And since you're playing along with his antics, who are you pretending to be today?
I'm the Stellaron Hunter.
Today, he's going with Stellaron Hunter.
Do you know what that is, Irene?
Steal a heart hunter?
Nope, okay.
Planning to steal someone's heart, are we? Switching roles again? What happened to being the valiant hero from a distant shore who made that solemn pact to learn the sword?
Spare me. Can we not bring this up? Speaking of which, what about those oracle cards? We haven't done divination in forever. Why the sudden interest?
I was just about to tell you. Earlier, while napping on the swing, I had the strangest dream.
There's a bunch of dolls that all looked alike singing some kind of song about some video game.
There was this mysterious voice in my dream, calling out for something.
Wait, you had that dream too?
Yes, you too? That would explain this lingering sense of unease. Which made me think of those old oracle cards I used to play with as a kid. Though the Ornyx prophecies were always hit or miss.
Yeah, all the kids would get so excited drawing cards like ruler or warrior, but throw fits over devil or drunkard and demand a redo. If you just redo it when you don't like the result, what's the point of divination?
It is interesting that ID's Elysiae seems to have ties with Ornyx. But that does make sense since Cyrene and Mim and us with Ornyx. So was Cyrene supposed to be Ornyx?
The blessing of childhood. Believing the gods might not notice our little corner of ID's Elysiae, willing to let our small deceits slide. Still, fate is absolute. After all, we never really know just how far into the future the prophecy extends.
Anyway, let's go to our old secret base and look for those oracle cards. Now, where did we hide those?
I can think of a few spots. Let's go check it out.
All this talk about fate, I feel like Cyrene would want to be a Celeron hunter.
In a village this size, I bet all our childhood treasures are exactly where we hid them.
Mm-hmm. Time must be keeping them safe for us.
Find the oracle cards in the barn and near the water, so that's where they want me to go. Go over here first. Piso and Livia.
It's mine! I caught it fair and square! You did not! It's mine! Finan! Cyrene! Come quick! Look at this huge bottle I just caught! Give it here! My rod, my catch! I only let you borrow it, remember?
What's got you two so worked up? Here, show me.
Finon's childhood drift bottle, a handwritten letter sealed in the glass vial on the wheat grass stitched paper, the handwriting blurs at the edges, softened by seeping water. Dear stranger, who finds this drift bottle in the future, it's currently the month of fortune, the final month of the year. Everyone in the village says if you do something tied to fortune on the last days of this month, you might be blessed with unexpected good luck. So I decided to write this letter and cast it into the sea. Just let the currents decide where it goes. I want to share a little about our village and my dream. Our little village is called ID's Elysiae. Have you ever heard of it? Let me tell you about it. We've got golden wheat fields that ripple like the sea and tall, tall trees that shed their leaves. Right in the center of the village stands a statue of Orynyx. At the end of each year, the village gathers to celebrate the winter solstice. We leave offerings at the statue, roast grape pies, herb-fried fish, goat's milk, all kinds of tasty food. Last year I sneaked some malt candy and ended up with a tooth straight ripped straight out. Mom and Dad said if you throw a lost tooth under a tree or bury it beneath a rock, a new one will grow back, just like a seedling sprouting from the soil. I remember searching and searching, pushing through the tangled grass behind our courtyard until I found this mysterious hole. I tossed the tooth inside, cupped my hands like a horn, and yelled, "Hey, come out!" Nothing happened. When I went back this year, the hole was gone. Weird, right? You don't think I'm being childish, do you? I'm not like Cyrene. She can already host the festival, and she's great at telling the future with oracle cards. They say the card you draw shows what kind of person you'll become. Last time I drew the Deliverer. Everyone went, wow. People really like the Deliverer, but I'd rather be a Wanderer or Scholar. Well, being a Deliverer sounds super amazing, but it also means carrying a really, really heavy burden. I'm not that amazing, so I can't be the Deliverer. Few in Ides Alyssii ever journey far. We don't hear much about the outside world. All I know is that there are all kinds of city-states out there and lots of great heroes. The bad part is, they're always at wars. I don't like wars. If the world were more like our village, where everyone knows each other and works together, harvesting grain, herding sheep, why would we even need a deliverer? But Mrs. Pythias and Uncle Galba both say that one day when I'm a little older, I should go see the world for myself. If I could go anywhere, I'd visit the mighty Castrum Creamnose. If I could go anywhere, I'd visit the mighty Castrum Creamnose, find the greatest craftsmen, and ask them to forge me a sword. With that sword, I'd protect our little village. I want no part in wars. Right now, I don't even have a sword of my own, just a stick and a hoe. Oh, and by then, I hope the outside world no longer needs a deliverer. That would be the best thing ever. So that's my home, and that's my dream. What about you? What's your home like? What do you dream of? You could write it down, too, toss it into the sea, and let the tides carry it to the next stop. Whoops, just realized this letter has misspellings, just like my essays in Mrs. Pythia's class. Please don't let her be the one who finds this, or I'm totally getting points docked and detention.
Wait a second. This is my old wish in a bottle. How did it end up here?
Ooh, I wanna see what did little Finan wish for.
Not happening. This stays sealed.
Piso, Livia, dinner's ready.
Oh, coming, Mom. Finally, I'm starving. See you later.
You know what's funny? I really thought tossing that bottle into the sea would carry our wishes beyond Ides Alyssii. Maybe even bring something back to us. Never thought the waves would end up pushing it back ashore.
Funny how the past finds its way back.
Kind of disappointing, isn't it?
Is that a real book? Also, how do we read it if he didn't take it out of the bottle? It's funny, I was thinking as I was reading it, they had the misspellings they mentioned at the end. They had misspellings to indicate like he was a child writing it. But of all the words he misspelled, he never misspelled Ides Alicii, which is probably the hardest word of that whole thing.
Slow down, kids. You'll trip. Thank you. We'll be careful.
In the sunlit barn, amid the scent of ripened wheat, they found various fruits hoarded by squirrels. And a wooden figurine, missing arms and legs.
My unfinished little soldier? After all these years! Hey, this is the one Mrs. Pythias confiscated. Finally back in my hands.
Finan, Cyrene, where are you two headed?
Ah, it's Pythias.
Speak of the devil. Mrs. Pythias, is school out already?
No classes today. This morning, I used fallen leaves for a reading, seeking Orynyx's wisdom. They warned of potential injuries, so I gave everyone a holiday. Besides, it's harvest season. There's plenty of other work to be done, even without classes.
With you being our only teacher in Ides Alicii, you must be working so hard.
Anything for my students. I don't mind the work. When you travel far from here, you must visit the Grove of Epiphany for me, to see what a true haven of wisdom looks like. By the way, what are you looking for in here? You've been searching quite thoroughly.
Quietly hide the soldier, remain silent, or snitch on Finan. I mean, you're an adult now, it's fine. I don't know, are we adults or are we still children? Are we in his childhood, so are we kids? But also, he said it, he wrote it in his childhood, so we're not kids? I don't know.
Mrs. Pythias, it's Finan's toy. Hey, partner, keep it down.
Is this a toy? Really now, aren't we past the age for these?
She doesn't remember, huh? Oh, this little soldier's coming with me.
All right then, I should be going. It might rain tonight, so don't stay out too late.
So this is where the wooden figurine you carved during class ended up. And here I thought I knew all your hiding spots.
To be honest, I'd forgotten all about it myself.
No sign of the oracle cards. Let's see. Ah, there's one place we haven't checked yet.
Yeah, we're adults, but I guess we're just younger adults. Yes.
Well, those were the days. We'd always meet either by that statue in the village or right here.
Right? And I remember you never used the front door when you wanted me to come play. You always climbed over the wall. You were such mischief makers. Just like a certain someone who has a habit of showing up unexpectedly. Right?
Is she looking at the camera? Who's that supposed to be?
Maybe it's you.
Hey, I was just copying those storybook heroes. They never take the beaten path.
Still, it's embarrassing. I've been the only one here for a while, and I haven't kept up with the cleaning. With so many spots to check, where should we even start?
Probably the courtyard.
Leaves have taken over the courtyard.
I know. We wouldn't want your clothes getting dirty. Leave the dirty work to me.
That's not what I meant at all.
All right, let's split up. I'll handle the yard. You check the upper floor.
I wonder what the view's like from up there. Worth checking out?
Leave this to me, partner. Want to bet who finds the oracle cards first?
The girl before you carries an air of mystery, her secrets elusive, yet her demeanor toward you is exceptionally warm. You can't help but wonder, could there really be some kind of mental connection?
The view here hasn't changed a bit. You know, besides the swing under the big tree, this has to be my favorite spot in all of ID Silicii.
Yeah. He stretches out as far as the eye can see.
I remember drawing ID Silicii as a child, nestled between the sea and the mountains. I'd always stop where the sky met the sea, and the world beyond was just too vast to imagine. I always said I'd become the next priest of time, just because I heard prophecies as a child.
Uh-huh.
But here's the thing. The more divinations I do, the more doubt creeps in. I want to believe the prophecies, but actually leaving ID Silicii. Where will that waiting ship take us, I wonder?
Here they are, the oracle cards.
Looks like he won the race.
Guess reminiscing makes us take our time, doesn't it? There we go. Looks like the gods do listen to our thoughts.
Here it is! This is the box where we kept the cards.
But the cards are gone. Who could have taken them?
Huh? What's this underneath?
Peculiar message. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Stamped paw print. Are these animal footprints? Some kind of puppy or squirrel?
Ah, I see now. Those sneaky little ones. So that's what they've been up to.
Ah, the ones from Membrance Maze, you mean?
Yep. Let's head to the back of the courtyard.
Membrance Maze?
The entrance should be around here somewhere.
Right here. The path to the maze is hidden under all these weeds. It's been too long since we visited the fairies.
Fairies?
Did you forget? We used to visit them all the time when we were little. All right, let's do this. These weeds need to go. Pretty sure this is it? Should be this way. There it is! The entrance! That hollow in the tree.
We cleared out more than just weeds here. Membrance Maze.
Once you get through the tight squeeze in the hollow, you'll reach their dwelling, the Membrance Maze.
Is Mem what fairies look like?
I wonder if I can still squeeze through there.
Maybe worry more about whether the fairies will let you in. After all, the Membrance Maze has an invitation-only rule. Only children with pure hearts are welcomed.
Alright, then I'll go first.
Lead the way then, partner. Regardless, how about we try getting through the hollow first?
After you, then.
What? Oh, sure, I'll go first.
I just said I'll go first. You just said I could go first.
So hasty, as always. Looks like it's just us now. Care to finish that chat? To be honest, from the moment I saw the cute note left by the fairies, my intuition became even more certain. Perhaps when we step into the maze again after all these years, the wheels of fate will finally start turning.
Once the wheel starts turning, there's no going back.
Oh, it's just a girl's intuition. It might not mean anything. But you know what? Even if fate is set on its path, no matter where it steers the world, if we're together, there's nothing to worry about, right? So, if you're willing, forget it. If the wheels do begin to turn, that's when I'll make my request.
I made it! Oh, that wasn't easy. I can't remember the last time I came here.
We were still kids back then.
Wait a minute. Are you? Look who it is! Rini and Snowy!
And me.
Whoa! Look who's finally back, Memmy! Snowy, you've grown so tall and dashing. I couldn't even tell it was you at first.
We had to grow up.
But look at Rini. She hasn't changed one bit. How fascinating.
Perhaps I'm like you, Rayleigh Mem. Just another fairy of the maze.
Mem's purple now. The names keep getting weirder. We're taking this at face value, but I guess we shouldn't necessarily take this at face value. Like, this might not actually have ever been a real thing. But maybe. I mean, there was talking Pegasus last update. Maybe these are just fairies of Ides Elysiae. So MIMS are like an organization?
An organization? Hardly. They're not that organized. They didn't even have proper names before we came along. Dolimem, Raylimem, Mealimem, Follimem. I've missed these cute little troublemakers.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. Okay.
We used to gather around the fire, singing and dancing, imagining all our future journeys. Without coming back here, those memories might have faded away entirely.
There's 7 of them?
Oh, how good you, Snowy. You swore you wouldn't forget about us. But you were gone so long, you almost did.
Oh, he's just copying those bards from his stories, being all melodramatic. He couldn't forget about you all, even if he tried. Actually, we're here for the Oracle cards. Have you seen them?
Oh, the Oracle cards. Right. The chief asked us to get those.
Chief? You mean Dolimem? What do they need the cards for? If they want a reading, they could just ask me.
If they have a chief, then they're organized.
Oh, I'm not sure. But Chief specifically wanted to meet with you all. Let's see. They should be... That's it! This way, everyone! Watch your step. The trunk's slippery.
I can just go this way.
Chief! Reenie and Snowy have returned!
Why do leaves and branches grow? Which way does the wind blow? In Membrance Maze depths we seek to find the answers future left behind. Welcome back, my dear children.
Nope, they blew up. Are the Oracle cards with you?
How about we hear what the chief has to say first, my impatient friend?
Oh, Chief, you haven't changed a bit. Still so full of life.
Oh, no need to fuss, my child. You haven't forgotten, have you? As long as our songs are sung, the children of the maze will live on. Just as our paths stay forever linked. Here, take it. I'm sorry I had to resort to such methods to bring you here.
This is as I've written. So the book Mim was using, which technically were using like tarot cards for the different Crisis heirs. Yeah.
My book of Oracle cards. Thank you for keeping it safe.
You know, you can always just ask if you want me to divine something.
Still, bringing us here like this after so long. Is something wrong, Chief?
Yes. The Veil of Evernight whispers to us once more. It tells of a new fairy who will soon enter the maze. Indeed, every time a new fairy arrives in the maze, it means that beyond the veil, in the vast lands, far from Ides Elysiae, a great calamity is on the horizon.
Huh. Lygus did say this was under, I think it was, did say this was under, Ides Elysiae was under the veil of the Evernight. And now Dolamim is saying beyond the veil, and the Van's far from Ides Elysiae, which means that Ides Elysiae is within the veil of the Evernight, or on the other side of it, which is interesting. They talked about the veil a lot. There was a book about a scholar in the Grove of Epiphany trying to peer beyond the veil. And it drove him insane, I'm pretty sure. But would he have seen Ides Elysiae then? Is beyond the veil for everyone else Ides Elysiae? I'm pretty sure Finon has. It's been mentioned that no one has like ever heard of Ides Elysiae. Which that would explain that. So, whenever a new fairy arrives in the maze, a great calamity is on the horizon. So, is it every cycle a new fairy is made? So, is that a normal thing then? Does each fairy... Do the 7 fairies mean that there's been 7 cycles? Why do they need fairies? Why is that part of this? Dolamim continues to explain in greater detail, but we're not going to tell you, apparently.
But if that's the case, our journey...
will have to be cancelled. If disaster's coming, we should stay in Ides Elysiae just to be safe.
But Ides Elysiae was destroyed. By the Black Tide, but I guess the Black Tide could just go through different pseudo-realities, maybe. What about all the people out there?
That's a good point. But what difference could Cyrene and I make?
We weren't planning to be gone for long. Just enough time to hone our abilities. Finan would train in Castrum Kremnos, while I would seek the Fake Titan's blessing in Yanisopolis. Then we'd return to Ides Elysiae to help keep our village safe.
Finon wanted to train in Castrum Kremnos, which we know from the letter in the bottle, but also that represents him, I guess, at the beginning. He wanted to become the Chrysos heir of Nikodor. So then, again, it seems like it's very much like Cyrene would have been Ornyx, but she died, and then but then she was always just supposed to become a fairy anyway. I don't know, but she becomes a fairy. For whatever reason.
It's okay. I can still practice my swordplay here.
And also
Some things you can learn on your own.
Also, she's not dead because... Also, she's outside of Emphorius.
Well, probably.
That's not very convincing. Here's a thought. Let's have Cyrene do a reading. If fate wishes to show us its path, we might find some peace of mind.
But what if we don't like what the cards tell us?
Then we stand against it until the very end.
Never thought of doing it that way before. Thanks, partner. We'll do it your way. Whatever the cards show, we'll face it together.
Ask with a true heart, and truth shall answer in kind. Close your eyes, and let's open the Oracle card book together. Let your thoughts flow like stars drifting on the river, carried by fireflies and gentle winds. Your destinies flowing towards the same future. Now, shall we begin? Oh my! The cards are quite responsive today. Very well. Let's see what future the Oracle cards wish to show us.
Turn to the first page. Reveal the Weaver.
Behold, the Weaver. It connects the romantic threads of the chrysalis of gold, weaving all destinies into golden silk that flows toward the most brilliant, magnificent future.
The dance of thread and blade set the stage. So shall it end as gracefully as it started.
Such elegance. The Gold Weaver must be of noble birth. Such high standing. I doubt someone like me could ever reach it.
We're gonna get the other Chrysosers we've not met that are quote-unquote dead.
This is the Gatekeeper, who guides people to their true path among myriad passages.
We have surrendered our countless senses, dedicating ourselves to the sacred whispers within the temple.
Wait. It almost feels like I can hear the echoes within a temple. And are those children singing? It feels overwhelmingly solemn, yet strangely comforting.
The ruler stands for discipline, authority, and glory, but frequently also points to isolation and warfare.
I didn't think Mighty Most would be the ruler. Okay.
Even should you pledge your loyalty to me as the last sovereign, the glory shall be mine and mine alone. He who has slain a king can no longer bear the title. Let the withering lion walk his last path alone.
Is this showing us a ruler who forsook their people?
Stories of such bloodshed like this feel so different from Heidi's Elysiae.
But they sure can stir the imagination.
Ah, the Traveler. Our little trickster. Always hiding behind other cards, disguising itself. What a rare catch.
Over here!
Or perhaps here. Gotcha! You'll have to be quicker than that.
That teasing voice. Just like a child playing hide and seek. Surely only a master of mischief could pick up this card.
Cypher's VA has so much fun with it.
This card, the Servant, is surprisingly light, bearing the cool scent of Antilla flowers, just like starlight.
Also, there's only 3 on this page, so we're not going to get the cards for the other Crisis heirs. They're going to keep that from us still.
It symbolizes new life and hope, yet often brings to mind struggles, sadness, and loss.
These precious flowers I care for with my own hands. Are they destined to bloom only in death's embrace?
It sounds so solemn, yet tinged with an inescapable sorrow.
The humble healer may seem gentle in hue, but its courage matches any other, strong enough to melt even the coldest ice.
I will do my best to help you mend all fractures and let sunlight shine on every corner of the world. Make a pinky promise with me. No more going back on your word.
Hey, this card really speaks to me. It makes me want to protect as much as I possibly can. Still, protecting everything, everywhere, seems like a dream. What amazing power would you need for that?
Behold the scholar, bearer of many names, the grand magician, the great performer, the eye of wisdom, and the defiler of Circes.
Oh, there's just one card. With all those titles, I was expecting a whole deck.
A dromus draped in finery will suffice. It's succinct enough to best summarize my true nature.
Wait, what's with that condescending tone? It's almost as if it knows what we're about to say.
Reveal Thynon's Oracle card.
The Deliverer. According to the tripartite prophecy, this card means absolute harmony and perfection.
If these cards were real in some way, does that, like, were they real? Was Phynon just always on this card and he not realize that was him?
In fact, it's the only Oracle card without a dark side.
The healer had a dark side? Don't want to see Hyacinth's dark side.
What, no divine whispers this time?
Oh, silly. This is simply the card you drew for yourself.
The sleepy village of Ides Elysiae, in just one fleeting moment, welcomed an array of legendary figures. The Weaver, Gatekeeper, Ruler, Traveler, Servant, Healer, and Scholar.
We have a mural of Phynon facing the Flame Reaver. Who is that in the background, though? That crazy head. And then we have Phynon on the like. It's a mural of Phynon on a mural with a Phynon dragging his hand across the mural.
Their stories and wishes showed the village boy glimpses of a world larger than he'd ever imagined. They brought tales of raging battles, of cities crowned in holy light, and of wonders beyond his understanding. Each story so far removed from his simple village life. Once, these were just images on his friend's oracle cards, and yet destiny now stirs in resonance with the maze. And now, they are right in front of one's eyes.
The Deliverer? This card again.
Or were those all Finon in that mural? Because there was like a kid running away, but maybe that was Finon as a kid, and there was a guy like hunched over, maybe that was Finon as well. Which then would also agree with the fact that like the Flame Reaver is definitely Finon in some way, right? And also maybe that thing in the background is Finon. Are they all just Finon?
Ah, my child. It seems you're destined to bear the wishes of many, to answer the world's call.
Bear their wishes?
Yes, just like Kefali, standing eternal atop the mountain.
My parents, they only wished for me to grow up, well, to help around the village, stay out of trouble. Mrs. Pythias wished for more books in her little schoolhouse, wanted us to all learn and grow. And little Piso, he wants to grow up strong like its father, to become a hunter. Is that my purpose? To fulfill their wishes?
Perhaps. For a true deliverer, such wishes are but droplets in an ocean. After all, Kefali bears the weight of the entire world.
Right. How could any human possibly measure up to a Titan?
I wonder too. Perhaps...
What's this?
What you see are futures written in the cards. Or rather, the people you'll meet on your journey. Sometimes, fate can guide us when we're lost. Let's consult fate itself. Maybe then we'll know why we must take this path, and learn just how many burdens one must bear to become a true deliverer.
Back to Cyrene about the future revealed by the Oracle cards. Speak to the Oracle cards.
Well, if it isn't our little deliverer. My wish. Just let me, wine and dine, and soak up the sun. For another millennium or two. I mean, what's the point of dying rich if you never lived rich? Right, Princess Homebuddy?
Cypher, that's not how I see it. My one wish is to find that missing piece in my life. To feel someone's embrace once more. That warmth. I've felt it before, and it's my dearest memory. And speaking of riches, for someone with all those treasures behind your divine power, you've led a pretty cheap life.
Ouch! Where did that come from? Right for the jugular, huh? What about our friend from the Grove?
My wish came true before I touched the sky. I transformed my healing power into gentle sunlight, distributing it equally to every life I cherished and loved.
You two are so selfless, aren't you? No surprise Aglaya wanted you for the flame chase journey. You know what? I did have one wild dream. To know what it feels like being born a noble lady, drowning in riches. Just think, if I traded places with that seamstress, me in the mansion, her on the streets. I'd like to see if she'd still become the gold weaver then. Maybe I'd even take her place.
Can we jump in and fit right into their convo, or these wishes, they make you want to smile? Sure.
I can't disagree with you. These wishes aren't weights to bear. They're like those candy wrappers the Ides Elysiae children love, shining even brighter when bathed in sunlight. Warm embrace, equal healing, and perhaps living free. They're all wishing for a kinder world in their own way.
Personal wishes? I have none. Only the Aranuva matters. The world's rebirth. Yet, if I am to weave a new era, then it may be one where kindness and her cleaners shall never tread. These crawling parasites have no place in Akama, especially not under the deceitful claim of human rule.
That noble lady, the way she speaks, it's like ice in my veins.
She's truly selfless in her dedication. She's as cold as winter frost. I guess she's selfless.
Huh. Not exactly the warmth I'd expect from someone selfless.
Teacher, perhaps you could share your wishes with us?
Oh, Snowy. You want to know about our wishes now? I wish to meet Trian again, in the Sea of Flowers where the West Wind ends. And Aggie, I want to see you shed that golden thread cocoon around your heart. Just once more. Smile at us again like that bright-eyed girl in white who stood before the Yanisopolis temple. Finally, I pray that the footsteps of lost souls no longer wander aimlessly. Instead, replaced by the bright songs of prayer. Are we wishing for too much? Well, let's say these 3 wishes represent Trian and Trinan too.
Those wishes are truly wonderful. They even stir something deep inside me.
What about Trisha's wish? And the other 997 or 96 other tribbies.
Then we can rest easy, because only you can make these wishes come true.
Only me?
Mark these words, Snowy. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I think you forgot the see you part.
Fine, my student. Must we go over this again? Listen well. I detest the word wish. It reeks of mortals crawling before their gods. My life's work is done. All that remains is for you to take the final step and prove the ultimate truth. I, Anaxagoras, shall become a god of the new world. Through irrefutable logic, I will prove that mortal wisdom can achieve divine greatness.
Isn't he, you know, a little... I mean, I just daydream about hero stories, but he's fantasizing about becoming a titan?
His ambitions rest on your shoulders.
Come on, you're joking, right? Am I really being burdened with a dream that feels more like a fantasy?
Sometimes life is stranger than fiction.
Finan? Since when did you become so timid? Asking such juvenile questions about wishes.
What's that supposed to mean? What's with that condescending tone? No way I become friends with this half-naked show-off, right?
Sorry to disappoint you, but... You'll be the kind of friends who think nothing of sitting shoulder to shoulder in a hot bath. Sorry to disappoint you.
Just what kind of life am I going to lead?
What are you mumbling to yourself now? Whatever. The wishes of the Kremnon warriors are done, but I survived 1,000 deaths only to fall to a coward's blade. That masked flame reaver who struck from behind. Finan, you look... never mind. That blank look tells me you're completely lost. My wish is simple. One honest duel. Face to face, blade to blade. Then I'll strip away that mask with my own hands.
Nothing but violence and vengeance. This person's wish is nothing short of brutal. Still, those eyes burn with the noble pride I've read about. This wish, I shall not forget.
So tell me, has the uncertainty in your heart begun to fade?
So many faces in my future. So many wishes. Still, why would fate choose to show us this path?
What's weighing on your mind?
Didn't you say disaster would strike Amphorius? If so, shouldn't Cyrene and I stay in Ides Elysiae? How could we possibly meet all these people?
This calamity is what sets you on your journey.
If that's true, then who will protect everyone in Ides Elysiae? Cyrene, may I have that deliverer card?
Of course. But why?
Although those voices, visages, and wishes may seem far away now, I can't ignore the sense that something is calling me, bidding me to take a hold of it.
In that case, accept this gift. Oracle cards carrying time's wisdom, blessed by Orynyx. May they journey with you, become your memories, and spark rippling waves of change in times to come.
I'll hold these words close to my heart. But now that I'm holding them, they don't seem all that different from ordinary playing cards.
What? What's happening?
Everyone, we've got big trouble, Mimi! Burning, smoke everywhere. It's all coming from beyond the maze.
What's going on?
It's here. The seeds of disaster have already taken hold, sooner than we had foreseen. this time, not even the veil of Evernight can shield us.
You mean Ides Elysiae will be swept up in the prophesized catastrophe?
This time. So in the past it was fine?
I'm afraid so. My children, take shelter in the Remembrance Maze. One step outside, and this horror will consume you both.
But my parents, the whole village.
Is this calamity a Titan's doing?
Are we facing the 3 Titans of Calamity?
This is beyond any Titan. Beyond any danger you could overcome with strategy alone. It's an unspeakable horror that twists all life into abominations that never bleed nor cry. Even Titans fall to its corruption, burning from within until only empty shells remain, knowing only death and destruction. The Black Tide. That's what this calamity truly is. It consumes all in its path, sparing none but the Remembrance Maze.
Interesting. Why is that?
Not even Titans can.
Spares none but the Remembrance Maze. So the fairies must... Yeah, the 7 fairies might be one from each cycle that's gone through then.
Yes. So please, don't leave this forgotten realm the gods abandoned. You are the first to uncover our presence, and the only 2 who can enter the maze. We don't wish for you to throw your lives away.
Finan, what path do we take?
Stay here safe in the maze, listen to your heart, or yellow text. Protect those who must be protected. Guess we're yellow text.
I learned the sword to protect those close to me. If I run now, I'll never be worthy of lifting a blade again.
Then we know what we must do.
Indeed. Our friend is right. We must take action. Forgive me, Chief, but Ides Elysiae needs us. And as her child, I must act.
Very well. Make sure you protect yourselves.
With me, Cyrene. Join us, my friend. Even without a sword, I'll take a rake. Even with the roughest steel, I'll keep our home safe.
Deliverer. The card's truth extends beyond its mere literal meaning. There's another hidden layer within. Not someone perfect from the start, standing high above, casting merciful gazes upon the world, but one who starts small, from a humble village, expanding their world within step by step, learning to save others as they grow. When we were little, I told him I wished this world would never need a deliverer. Now that wish has shattered. Yet I'm glad he's chosen to walk this path. And all of this happened because you believed in him, friend. Shall we? It's only when you're by our side that Finan and I... that our hearts find their courage. I know you're watching us right now. Aren't you, great hero from the future?
Oh, deliverer. Such cruel irony. Though destined to bear the world's burden, this boy can never become the hero to bring forth the dawn.
What are you talking about?
Follow their path. Bear witness as this man, forever denied the mantle of hero, takes his first step on the path to deliverance. Watch this memory play out its final act. See with your own eyes how everything began. Then you'll see why his dream of deliverance was always destined to become this world's requiem.
Because he becomes the Flame Reaver?
A sun red as blood, wheat fields turning to dust, and in the heart of it all, a village aflame. In that moment, the boy stood in what felt like the end of existence itself.
These creatures, they're everywhere. Someone, anyone, where are you? No, it can't be. You, are you talking to me? No. That ribbon. Olivia. No. I should have known.
Save us. Save us.
Please. No. Stop. Please stop. Olivia, I'm so sorry. And these monsters, they're all... Why? Why is this happening?
When the black tide arrived, the wavering boy found resolve in his companions, and together they ran toward their first battlefield. In the far-off future, the land of Amphorius would bear the marks of the hero's footsteps. With sword in hand, he would inscribe an eternal mark in the golden epic. And when dawn broke over scorched earth, a boy, covered in wounds, buried the dead one by one. His silence heavier than the earth he moved. His home, his past, his name, all buried beneath the soil. His feet carried him forward, over the pillar of stone, beyond the chalice of plenty, through the deadly fogs of the Hand of Shadow. He wandered without direction, like a withered leaf drifting in the wind. Through countless city-states, the smiling visage of the white-haired swordsman was etched into memories. Yet he did not walk without purpose. Deep in his heart, a voice always guided him forward to fulfill the wishes he had inherited, to brave peril, and to do all that was within his power to save those who needed saving. Those words his friend spoke long ago when his journey began, lingered.
Protect those who must be protected.
The words were few, but they gave him all the certainty he needed.
That's what it means to be ordinary and choose to be more.
Onward he walked, until the call of the flame chase journey thundered across the land. In the vision painted by prophecy, humanity would triumph over the gods, seize the core flames, and ignite a new dawn for Amphorius.
Yet losses are a constant on the flame chase journey, where life too seems as small as a speck of dust. Only one who treats the world as their teacher can bear its eventual destiny. Are you prepared for such teachings?
The voice within spoke, and he answered softly.
No matter. My existence is of no consequence.
When the Gold Weaver called, he answered, traveling to the holy city. There the elders met his warrior's spirit, with nothing but scorn, condemning him to the barracks in derision. No one saw it coming. Not the world, not even him. Yet, this nameless recruit stood at the gates of legend. And there, at last, he found the ones who would walk his path right beside him.
Act 2, Trial.
This is the abyss of fate. Hold on. Finance here too? And is that Mighty and Trinan?
And now, Act 2 of our immersive drama unfolds.
They're evacuating the temple. Why now?
Are you insane? That blonde man is the Crown Prince of Krymnos. Mess with him, and every last person in this city could wind up dead.
Calm yourselves. The Holy Maiden has everything under control. We need only wait patiently.
Behold, it is the month of Gate, Light Calendar 4926. The Crown Prince of Krymnos, Midimos, has led his forces to the gates of Akima. As you know, though Midimos was proud, he did not engage in needless violence. He challenged the elders of Akima to a duel, not for glory, but for the rights and dignity of his people, to ensure they wouldn't live as second-class citizens in foreign lands. After Aglaya's mediation, Finan met Midimos' challenge as the Elder's representative. This duel was to change the course of the Flame Chase journey itself. So, as Finan's most important companion, his lifelong friend, please continue to bear witness to his memories.
That's a good spot to stop. The start of Act 2. And man, we're already so many more questions to answer. I don't know what to make of it. Other fairies existed in a place that the black tide doesn't touch. Presumably 7 cycles. I can only assume that Amphorius, so like the scepter was calculating the what was it, the prime movement of life or something like that. And I guess that's what Amphorius is. And then Nanook made it into a Lord Ravager. Which I guess is what the black tie technically is. It's just there's just something like, why does Amphorius as a world prevent the Lord Ravager from being freed if the Lord Ravager is just the scepter and the scepter is the world? Like, what is the simulation there? Is it something that Lygus did? What do these fairies have to do with anything, and why are they immune to the black tide? And perhaps most importantly, what does the song have to do with any of this? Nothing. No, it has to mean something. I'm pulling up because I want to see. Two things. No. I was wondering if they changed Cyrene's model from the reveal, and it's supposed to be like that was a hint that it was like a different Cyrene or something, but no, it looks like it's the same model. She just is surprisingly short. You couldn't tell from the first shot of the end of the last update, but it's the same model. He's just shorter than I expected. There was like there was like an even further back like artwork from like a cutscene of her, but I don't remember. I don't know what stream that was in. To see if that looked, maybe it made her look taller or something. I don't know. But that's all for today. We'll continue this the rest of the week. Hopefully, they'll, instead of giving us more questions, they'll give us more answers. I mean, we got a lot of answers, but then they threw in more. Yeah. All right. Thank you all for watching, and until we meet again, may the sands of time treat you well. We're only at the 50% mark. If that's true, this is crazy.